Good morning. We are live from River Valley Room.
Good morning, everyone. I'll call the January 30th, 2023 meeting of the Utility Committee to order and start by acknowledging that this place where we are gathered today is the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory. We thank the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, including the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Blackfoot peoples. We also acknowledge this as the Métis homeland and the home of the largest concentration of Inuit south of the 60th parallel. We acknowledge that we are all treaty people, bound to one another by spirit and intent of treaty, as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the river flows. Start with a roll call of committee members first of all. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Stevenson. Not with us yet. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Mayor Sohi.
Good morning.
Good morning. I would take a motion to adopt the agenda.
I'll move adoption of the agenda with, let me just see here, the following changes. The addition of 9.1, contract update, 9.2, contract management, verbal report, and the deletion of 7.2, EPCOR Water Services, Inc. 2025-2029 Drainage and Wastewater Treatment Performance-Based Rates Renewal Process and Timeline Report.
Thank you. Please vote on adoption of the agenda.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Waiting on for one more vote.
Yes for me. It's not coming out.
Thank you, Councillor Cutmill. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Take a motion for adoption of the minutes, the last meeting.
I'll move approval of the November 25th, 2022 Utility Committee meeting minutes.
Thank you. Please vote on approval of those minutes.
Yes for me as well.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Sorry, it's not popped up for me. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Protocol items, I am not aware of any. Moving along then, selection of items for debate. Councillor Stevenson.
I'll select 9.2, which must be selected, and 7.1. Yeah, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
I'll do 9.1. Just some outstanding.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, that was the one I wanted to select, 9.1. Thank you.
Okay. 7.3 or 7.4 for anyone? Just checking, double checking. Mayor Sohi?
7.3.
7.3.
Yeah.
Very good. Then I will move the recommendation in item 7.4, as that's the only item not selected for debate. Please vote on item 7.4.
I'm a yes. I'm just trying to reset my e-scribe.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. To the clerk, would you care to summarize what we've done so far today, please?
Thank you, Chair Cartmel. January 30th, 2023, Utility Committee approved item 7.4 without debate. Bylaw 20363, a bylaw to replace bylaw 18590, the City of Edmonton Waste Services bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no requests to speak or for specific times on the agenda. Are there any councillor inquiries today? Not aware of any. Very good. That will then take us to item 7.1, EPCOR Water Service 2023 Water, Wastewater and Drainage Services Operational Plan. So I'll ask our delegation to step forward, and I expect there's a presentation. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Utility Committee. Mayor Sohi, Chair Cartmel. We're pleased to be here this morning to present our 2023 operational plan overview. The purpose of this presentation is to provide Utility Committee with an overview of the operational initiatives planned for 2023 for both business units, drainage and water services. I'm Steve Stanley, Senior Vice President of Drainage. With me this morning is also Susan Ansell, Director of One Water Planning, and Sean Bradford, Senior Vice President of Water Canada. I think you'll see this morning that we have planned a very busy year ahead of us in 2023 that will result in significant change to the water and drainage business units that we believe are going to improve the way we manage the utility as well as how we serve our customers. Next slide, please. So in developing our operational plan, we focus on operational performance excellence. And to guide our planning process, we look at 6 key focus areas. And these include customer and stakeholders, which we want to trust us and value our services. Public health and the environment. We are environmental stewards and meet or exceed public health and environmental standards. Employee and public safety. Safety is a priority in everything that we do at EPCOR. People, we want to have an engaged and accountable employees who are capable, confident, and work as an inclusive team. Operational performance, where we do the right work at the right way, at the right time, with the right resources. And also focus on continuous improvement, innovation, and collaboration. And then finally, growth and financial performance, where we strive to achieve our allowable returns while meeting all of our expected performance requirements. In developing, next slide, please. In developing our plan, it's also important as an essential utility in Edmonton that is also aligned with the city plan. And so as you see, greener as we grow, EPCOR is committed to GHG reductions of 50% by 2025 in all our operations, 85% in 2035, and net zero in 2050. And if we actually look within the city of Edmonton, the Kisakapism Solar Farm and the Hilda Wind Farm that'll be actually operational in Q1 of 2023, we will actually be utilizing 100% green energy in all the operations in Edmonton. So a pretty significant change in 2023. If we look at Rebuildable City in the next PBR, we have identified opportunities to invest in priority nodes, corridors, and to advance responsible development. If we look at inclusivity and compassion, affordability is key in our planning and management approach. We're looking at partnerships with Indigenous neighbors and exploring service equity options in the next PBR. And then finally, for Catalyze and Converge, we're always looking at modernizing our operations to reduce long-term operating and capital costs that actually result in lower costs for our customers. Looking at leveraging technology, processes used by leading other water utilities, and the One Water approach that we'll be talking about shortly. Next slide, please. So if we look at key highlights upcoming in 2023, there's the water drainage integration. And this is probably the most significant organizational change at EPCOR since we spun out Capital Power in 2009. Continuation of our environmental, social, and governance action and reporting, design and development, modernization, equity and affordability, flood resiliency and water supply, and automatic metering infrastructure. And we'll talk about these shortly in more detail. Next slide. So as we talked about, we are looking at a pretty significant organizational change when we look at water drainage integration. So in 2017, when drainage was first transferred over to EPCOR, one of the big drivers was a one water approach in looking at how we manage and operate our system. It's continuous water cycle from when we take water out of the river till it returns back, and then managing stormwater in the whole system. This last year, we've been working on how we could better manage it as a one water system, and have come forward with a pretty significant organizational redesign in which we'll be moving into one business unit, so integrating both drainage and the water with one vision, one strategy, and one senior leadership, so one senior vice president, going down from two to one senior vice president. Looking at implementation of this in the summer of 2023. With that, we're also moving to integrating all our field staff to one location, which will help with further integration. So there's the closure of 5 significant facilities and moving all to Orem, which we believe is going to, again, result in efficiencies and more integration. And then ongoing consolidation and efficiencies, things like fleet, inspections, safety equipment, shops, and site restoration and so forth are all part of the new organization. As I said, this is scheduled to be completed by the summer of 2023. Next slide. And with that, I'll turn it over to Susan to carry on.
Good morning, councillors. So I'm going to go through the next 3 slides, and we'll just give a bit of a highlight on some of our initiatives. The first one is our environmental, social, governance action and reporting. So this is a key focus for EPCOR across all of our operations, and it's a key part of our long-term success in the community and in North America. The goals that we pick for ESG are based on a materiality assessment. We are in the process of doing a review of that materiality assessment, have been doing interviews with a number of stakeholders, both internal and external to the company. Out of that, we developed some specific performance measures that we have independently audited and are reporting on. And really, we've been getting very positive reception to those measures. On the slide, we've identified the top-ranked factors from those materiality assessments in terms of what our community sees as important that EPCOR is focusing on. And we will continue to make sure we have initiatives that align with those aspects. Next slide, please. Another big piece of work that is underway that's predominantly being led out of my team is the modernization of our design standards. It is a key factor in supporting the rebuildable city goals that we have in City Plan, and a part of it was spurred by the change in the zoning bylaw. So initially, when we started looking at our design standards in the zoning bylaw, it was thought that we would do a simple adjustment to our standards to reflect the broader zones. But as we dug deeper into it, we realized that zoning is probably not the right surrogate for how to design infrastructure. Especially with the bigger, broader zones, it leads to overbuild of infrastructure and just far too conservative. So we are systematically working our way through the standards that are listed there. So fire flow, hydrant spacing, water consumption, inflow infiltration, runoff coefficients, storm pipe sizes, and on-site storage, and are well underway. We've had a number of industry engagement sessions in December with the development community, with the Consulting Engineers of Alberta just in January, and we'll be continuing to work our way through it. It is leading to more a change in process as opposed to a change in standard. Whereas a utility, we get more involved at the front end of the design and selecting what are the appropriate metrics and targets for the design as opposed to a one number fits all based on zoning. And it's been very successful, and we'll, in item 7.3, you'll hear a little bit of how that's worked for us as we go forward. Next slide, please. Finally, on equity and affordability, that's been a big focus for our team as well, as we look at the changing role of water utilities across North America when we start talking about this topic and how we move forward. The U.S. Water Alliance has identified 4 key principles that when you're looking at equity and affordability in a water utility that you should be considering. The first one is access to safe, clean, and affordable water and wastewater services. The second is being resilient in the face of floods and other climate disasters. And so if we think of our Stormwater Integrated Resource Plan strategy, it's got a very strong social component in that in terms of the prioritization of the work that we're doing from a risk dimension. Having a role in the decisions that impact your utility, making sure through our public engagement efforts that we're able to bring the community into the discussions about choices. And finally, the ability for the community to share in the economic and social and environmental benefits of a water system. And so that it can include aspects like jobs programs, but also thinking about how choices on design standards impact the ability of businesses to be successful in the community. So all 4 of those dimensions really come into an equity discussion when it comes to water and wastewater utilities. And so we're looking at all of our programs through those 4 lenses as we go forward. We also are looking at diversity, equity, and inclusion, not just external, but also within our utility as well, and making sure we've got specific targets for different levels of diversity in our organization. Next slide, I'm going to pass over to Sean to cover over some of our specific initiatives.
Thank you, Susan, and good morning, members of the Utility Committee. So the first thing I wanted to speak about is this is a water-specific initiative regarding flood resiliency. When we think about the need to protect our water supply, I think we're blessed with the high-quality water that's in the North Saskatchewan River. We've got 2 large, robust regional water treatment plants that not only provide water to the city of Edmonton and all of its residents, but that water is relied upon by over 65 communities in the region. So our footprint is quite large. We do have a few days of storage in reservoirs in the city, but I think this is a longer-term play to protect the water infrastructure in the event of a flood. So this photo here, this is an iconic photo of Edmonton's low-level bridge in 1915 where the city loaded up a train full of coal to help support the bridge so it doesn't wash away. That's a 1 in 250-year flood event. We're designing and protecting the facility from a 1 in 500-year flood event. We're doing that in a few different ways. So the first way is we want to increase the protection of our critical assets. And that's going to be a combination of either relocating them to higher ground within the water treatment plants. We also want to prevent river water from backing up into the plant. We have several pipes where we withdraw water from the river. We also discharge water back into the river. We want to put some valves in place so that prevents the floodwaters from backing up in and essentially flooding us from the inside out. And then the third thing is to develop flood barriers that are going to protect our equipment and storage facilities that can't be moved. So for example, at Rossdale, as you come into the facility on the left-hand side, there's 2 large underground storage reservoirs. really can't get those to move for us, so we're going to need to protect those with berms. So we also recognize that where these two plants are situated. So we've been partnering and consulting with communities, and certainly over the past year, we've had numerous conversations and interactions with the surrounding communities, including meetings with community league executives. We've had online and in-person workshops, one-on-one meetings. We've attended some pop-up events, and I think in particularly in Rossdale, we've heard some concerns about the impact that the barriers may have on the community. So we've made the commitment that the barriers will not worsen the impact to the Rossdale neighborhood. We also have several programs that Susan can speak in detail to regarding things in the SIRP, so our Stormwater Integrated Resource Plan in Rossdale, regarding dry ponds, some outfall gates, low-impact development. There's a backwater valve subsidy that's provided to customers. I know we've handed out some free Wi-Fi water sensors as well. And then I think most importantly, we want to work with the community and help them identify the roles that all of the partners could play and get them involved in discussions from a collective community perspective, should they wish to advance discussions in and around the Rossdale neighborhood. We want to be part of that conversation. I think next, we've taken steps to minimize impact on vegetation. We've really committed in our plan to a net gain on the ecosystem infrastructure, really in a goal of replanting more than is removed. And then I think one of our most important things that we've done, and we've been working on this for multi-year now, is how we reach out to our Indigenous nations. So we've engaged over 30 nations that have used these lands in the past. We've partnered with them in having monitoring sessions, ceremony related to the project, and that's just our effort to try to respect the historic nature of the Rossdale area. And we're going to continue to engage our Indigenous partners on a go-forward basis and really try to develop a partnership that's based on mutual respect and understanding. Next slide. So you'll often hear EPCOR or other utilities talk about we want to move to be the utility of the future. What does utility of the future mean? And I think when I look at our automatic metering infrastructure program, that's really a piece of technology that we're going to be deploying in every home or business across the city. And it's going to allow us to provide much more timely and accurate billing, a much higher level of customer service. We're going to be leveraging and piggybacking on the existing electricity metering network. So there's a network now that's in place. So if you have a home in Edmonton, your electric meter is read automatically every month. It's done through an automated meter reading system that transmits the reading wirelessly. We're going to actually piggyback on that signal, and we're going to provide the meter reading to the electrical meter, and that electrical meter will then transmit the water reading and the electric meeting for billing purposes. This technology, once fully deployed, would allow us to read a customer's meter up to 15 minutes interval, so 4 times an hour. It's going to allow us to reduce risk to customers, having earlier detection of potential issues. We could, in the future, push notifications if there's continuous usage in your home for more than 4 hours or 5 hours, however we set it in the system. So if you go away on holiday and there's a cold snap that comes through and a pipe bursts in your basement, we could detect that continuous usage. We could send you an alert to just say, just want to let you know, you've been using water consistently now for 5 hours. You might be doing something that's totally your business, but we just want to give you a heads up. Or you could be at the beach on holiday and probably good to know that your water's been running for 5 hours straight. So this is just a tool that I think is going to provide a much bigger benefit, not only to the customer, but to the organization. We're going to start implementing the installation of those devices in Q4 of this year. Next slide. Just the last thing I want to highlight on is there's lots of common initiatives between water drainage. Steve talked about the integration project, moving the water business unit and the drainage business unit into one. We're working together on an infill developer portal, very similar to what's in for the power group right now. It's an online process. Really looking at ways that we can streamline and improve our customer service and satisfaction. We both dispatch trouble crews. Is there a better way to do that as a combined organization? We're looking at an integrated watershed management strategy. Certainly the water treatment plants have to have a better understanding of their residual management, but as does the stormwater system. So having an integrated approach there makes a lot of sense. One water planning, Susan spoke of it. Really it's about aligning what we do with how the city wants to run its business. I talked a little bit about utility of the future, and then just on the right-hand side of the slide there's just some water-specific initiatives and drainage initiatives that we'd be happy to speak in more detail. And I think that is it with the next slide, I believe. We are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate you being here today. Next, I'm going to go to Mr. Beckett just to see if he has any comments on this report.
No, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Didn't think so, but thought I would check. So, questions of our delegation. Councillor Stevenson, I think you selected, so we'll start with you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This was a great report to read. I'm so encouraged and excited by so many of the initiatives. It's wonderful to see. And, you know, I particularly appreciate some of the discussion around equity. And I think there was a discussion or a paragraph about how our high standards can obscure the water inequality that exists. So really appreciate the focus there. Just wondering, as well as we sort of move forward, are there opportunities? Because again, I have a good grasp of, you know, what housing affordability looks like, what transportation affordability looks like, but that utility affordability piece, I don't have any grounding in. Just wondering if there are resources or if that's some work that you'll be coming back to us with in terms of looking at some of the evolving best practice in that area.
Absolutely. There are a number of metrics. I mentioned the U.S. Water Alliance. They have a specific task force that is working on this, and a number of major cities have signed up on that, looking at different metrics. There's a medium household income is one of the ones. You compare that against average water consumption costs. There's some very interesting stuff happening out of Seattle where they've been looking at not just the rates, but also how they're prioritizing their water main renewal programs, for example. And so if all things being equal, where do you go first in there? Certainly the flood portfolio is a very big one of topic, and understanding that often sometimes the homes that are most vulnerable may be in a lower income area, and how are you prioritizing making sure people have the ability to bounce back. So there are a number of different initiatives out there, and so our plan is with the next PBR filing, we'll come forward, and I think we're actually planning to come in with some initial discussion reports ahead of time as well to talk about these different concepts. What we're doing right now is we're getting the latest census data. It's been published by the federal government. It's now being transitioned into a urban neighborhood basis, so we're working jointly with the city on that. When we get the latest neighborhood numbers, we'll be able to start running those financial analyses against our different programs.
Great, great. Well, yeah, I look forward. I know there was more of that process in 7.2 that we'll discuss another time, but great to see that coming forward. Just a few points I'll touch on really quickly, so I don't need to come for a second round. Really pleased, again, the emphasis on the alignment with city plan. Hydrants, fire flow standards, I know we've been talking about those for a long time. When do we see those? What's the date looking like in terms of when we get to that?
We are very close now, and so what we've basically landed on is it's less about the zoning that defines the fire flow requirement. It's about your choices in your building form. And so what we're working with the fire department right now is we will be giving them a set of data that tells them the available water capacity in the pipes throughout the city. And then as a process change, as an infill developer is coming in, working with the fire rescue group, saying, okay, here's the available water. What are the building choices to fit within that availability of water? It does make it a little bit different for Greenfield because we don't know what the building is. And so what we're doing on Greenfield is looking at, can we define, here's a corridor where we want to make sure we deliver this level of water. A node and corridor, we'd have the higher values and the lower values. And then really it's about your choices of your building type. So it's shifting a little bit of the role between EPCOR and the fire department, but it also, I think, is opening up a lot more opportunity.
Yeah. Well, and I think that speaks to, because I think I think a process change is a really, smart way to come around this, but I still worry about, again, just our fire flow standards. I think, if I'm remembering, like 150 liters per second, whereas other municipalities are 80. So that right now is not budging. Like, that's something we would need to take up with Edmonton Fire Rescue?
Yes, it will budge because it's going to be more about the building type. And so it'll be less rigid. It's more of a guideline of what you do. And so it'll be more on the greenfield side, and the nodes and corridors will decide a targeted level of fire protection, but it doesn't preclude someone from building a different type of building by choosing building materials and sprinklers to be able to fit within the water that's available.
Gotcha. Okay, great. Well, I'll come around with a few other points, but again, thank you so much for the report.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, thank you so much for the report, and look forward to the PRB work on the inclusion and compassionate affordability aspect you're looking at from the equity lens. On the greenhouse gas emissions reductions, your target of 50% by 2025. So are you on target then, if I understood you correctly?
Yeah, yes, we'll actually probably be pretty close this year with the wind farm that comes on. So in Edmonton, we'll be 100% in terms of electricity.
Yeah.
And the 50% target is for all operations of EPCOR across North America. And so we're on target to meet that, yes.
Okay, so the target of 50% by 2025, that's kind of a global target for all operations beyond Edmonton and including Edmonton.
Yes, yes. And
But within Edmonton, you're doing really well.
We're going to be actually far beyond that.
I
So
see.
within-
Okay.
within
But how are
Edmonton.
you doing globally?
We're on target to meet those, so
Okay.
we've moved forward with programs to be able to
Okay,
do
well,
that.
that's good to know. On the infrastructure needs for population growth, I know Councillor Stevenson touched on more on the kind of infill areas, but on the priority growth areas, our targets, like we want to be a community of 2 million people, then there's stages of getting to 1.25, then 1.5 million, right? So is infrastructure you're developing and or you have the existing, like is it sufficient? Like how do you matching that with or coordinating that with city on accommodating that population growth?
Yeah, so I'll say last year we did a significant amount of work with the City of Edmonton, looking at the initial priority nodes and corridors, as well as we've been looking a little bit broader. We've been looking at it through 3 dimensions, so the water, the sanitary, and the storm. On the water side, we've identified targeted infrastructure investments that would boost up the fire protection availability in the community and open up. So rather than doing it piecemeal,
Yeah.
as each development comes forward, could we go and put in a spine piece of infrastructure? On the sanitary and storm, it's interesting, there are green infrastructure investments through the SERP strategy have an opportunity to open up capacity in the existing trunk network.
Okay.
And so that's going to be our initial focus before we recommend additional big trunks. For that, it's rather can we keep the water in green infrastructure, slow the flows in, and gain capacity in those pipes right now that are taking peak flows. So basically swapping out rainwater for growth capacity. And so that's got alignment already with our SERP strategy. And we've identified in the nodes and corridors how much storage and green infrastructure we'd need to invest to achieve that.
Okay. Okay, and does that, for what I want to understand, and just focus on the infill for a minute, right? Are if I understood you correctly, like you're working with the fire department to determine based on the particular location what can be built based on what existing infrastructure is in place, right?
Exactly.
But does that kind of constrain the growth? Are there opportunities to upgrade the infrastructure to encourage more infill instead of, say, few units and maybe more units?
One of the interesting findings that came out of the analysis that we've done is that a high-rise requires less fire protection than a residential home. And so if you think of a high-rise being a concrete building in modern construction, new ones with the sprinklers, they have a lower fire load than a single-family home. And so that was sort of an interesting finding, that it's really more about the building material.
Right.
I think potentially on the missing middle will be the one that will be the trickier one. If we've got a wood story, 3-story building, that's
Okay.
going to be the one that's going to be the highest fire flow requirement.
Okay.
But the information that we want to get out there is what are the locations where that capacity exists right now.
Right.
So there's more awareness in the community of the areas of the city where that development is more ready to go.
So where capacity exists, but also working where a capacity may not exist.
And then
finding solutions.
prioritize to get that invested,
Got
and
it.
we'll bring that forward in our next filing.
Got it. Okay, good. All right. Thank you so much, and keep up the good work. And maybe last question on the organizational restructuring on based on one water approach. So good to know that you're already looking at how do you kind of streamline your organization to do that. Maybe Stephen, you want to elaborate a bit more on that?
Sure. I think ultimately when we started looking at integrating, I mean, it was always, we started the process when drainage and water came over, seeing where there's opportunities for more integration and efficiencies, and finally came to the conclusion that really the ultimate way that we could get the most benefits out of that is really morph the organization into one group. Okay. And so that's where we're going forward. So we should have that completed, I said, by this summer. We've hired a consultant to help us work through that process. So we're kind of in the middle of what exactly that'll look like. But you know, it will be moving to a point that we'll have just one senior vice president in charge of the whole area. Also kind of related to that is consolidation of our sites. So again, to kind of continue to look at synergies and efficiencies as we go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jant.
Thank you. Maybe a first question just around process. So if the committee accepts this item today, then is that effectively the go forth and make good, or do we need to approve this as a council? Is there further public engagement or decision from the EPCOR board of directors? I'm just looking to better understand the process here. I don't know whether that's for the chair or our guests.
Well, this report does not require council approval. It's essentially a receipt of information and essentially a status and program update from EPCOR. So barring any, or not barring, but I suppose you know, in the absence of any different direction from committee, this is the process that EPCOR is following, and these are the results we'll see later in the year.
I thank you for that. I guess building off that, my question then is, to what extent does public engagement or customer engagement or participatory budgeting play kind of a role in this? I mean, there was a lot of really interesting stuff in the report, but I think the average Edmontonian has no idea and was curious to hear more about that.
So for some of our larger initiatives, certainly when I spoke to flood resiliency, there's been a lot of community outreach and conversation regarding what is included or not included in the scope of that project. So certainly for kind of forward-facing projects that are impacting the community, we seek opportunity to get that engagement early in the process, and that helps actually shape the ultimate design of the project. I think from an operational perspective, there are just things that we kind of do on a day-to-day basis that are just kind of part of the normal, what I'd say, process of running a water or drainage utility that are also included in this program. But certainly when we reach out and look at opportunities for infill or greenfield, there's lots of close coordination, not only with city administration, but the development community. Again, that's kind of an output of customer engagement. And then as part of the PBR process, there's a detailed customer engagement process that helps shape what is included ultimately in a PBR. And the PBR actually ends up funding programs like this. We've developed a 5-year capital plan. This is just essentially a snapshot of one of those years of the 5 years. And that capital development plan was approved in the last PBR based on a lot of the customer feedback that we got. So there's actually outreach opportunities where we go out and ask them, what are your needs? What are you hearing? What are you seeing in the community? And that shapes what we ultimately deploy for capital. And then that rolls into what our operating costs are going to be. So there is that outreach. It's not typically done on an annual basis, but it's certainly done in a very robust fashion as part of the PBR. And this is just year one of a 5-year PBR.
Okay, so yeah, because there's so many pieces here, and I think about whether conversations I've had in the ward over the last year around the trunk line or different pieces. Like I think if people had a better understanding of kind of the connection between their local meter and then the broader city plan sustainability goals, density goals, just even efficiency goals, that would be helpful. So I wonder how, thinking out loud, I wonder how we as councillors can work with you to try and tell some of this story. Another question I had was around the feedback from the Energy Transition Committee. I can look to my colleague who's on the board next, but how has this plan or plans in general. The city has this community expert table through the Energy Transition Committee, of which there has been an EPCOR staff member in the past. How has there been opportunity for dialogue on this?
So certainly, yes, we did have a number of staff members that have been on the Energy Transition Committee for many, many years in various roles. We've always treated energy efficiency as a key thing. If you look at the overall budgets for the utility, the number one budget is people, the number two is power in terms of expenses, in terms of energy. So energy's always been a big focus. We've also been doing some benchmarking with UK utilities that are a little bit further ahead in terms of their net zero approaches and looking things like the embodied carbon approaches and other aspects of that. And so definitely we pull those components in to our various initiatives at a higher level, but as well as at an individual project level.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Really enjoyed this report. Excellent presentation. I just want to pick up on some of the questions that were being asked around infrastructure upgrades as it relates to investments in priority nodes and corridors. I think it's fantastic that the work is being framed in the context of city plan. Rebuildable city in particular is of extreme interest to me, and I know there are several bodies of work going on concurrently: zoning bylaw renewal, growth management, as well as district planning. Has EPCOR been involved in all three of those? I guess where is this conversation primarily housed?
So it's in my department for certain, and we have absolutely been involved. And actually the session that we had in December with the development community, we brought all four groups together into one session because we realized we were kind of ping-ponging amongst ourselves. So we are working as a group together with one complete session, brought everything together. What is our direction going forward? So we've probably had at least, I'm going to say 10 or 12 people from my team involved in the district planning and zoning bylaw, and then we're actively involved in all the other plans as well. Okay, and when I think about some of the infrastructure investments that will need to be made, how, and maybe this is premature, but can you share some preliminary ideas around how that will be prioritized? When I look at the district plans, for example, or when I look at the priority growth areas, there's a lot of them. And how strategically is EPCOR approaching that conversation? Yeah, so we were given initially by the city the initial 10 priority nodes and corridors. That then increased to 11 and then to 18. So we've got 18 that we're working with right now. For each of those, we've identified the infrastructure requirements for each. Some of them have fairly small investments to open up a lot of development. Others have more intense work in there. Our plan is, as we proceed into the next PBR, this will be one of the reports that we will bring forward to City Council as well to say, okay, for these different components, is there one that we should prioritize first? Because we can't do all 18 at once. But certainly if there's ones that if this little bit of investment opens up this entire area, maybe we should be including it in the future PBR.
Okay, that's really helpful. So it's almost sort of an additional layer of prioritization within the prioritized growth areas. Yeah. Okay, fantastic. And when we have that conversation, will there also be some information around various tools that might be necessary, or I'll just say tools to finance those types of upgrades?
Absolutely. Yeah. That's what we'd want to look at. Like, do we do an early investment by the utility, or is there there's different zoning approaches you could take? Is it a utility investment? Is it a city investment? We've structured everything to provide that flexibility. Okay, excellent. Well, really looking forward to having that discussion. Just switching gears, I appreciate that some information was included around the automatic metering infrastructure, and I think you made it clear how that's going to ultimately benefit customers and end users. And I have to ask this. I just want to make sure I'm really clear. I'm aware of some instances where consumers have experienced, really significant spikes, upwards of $3,000 in their billing, and then didn't find out until their bill arrived. Will the automatic metering prevent that? Will that allow for more real-time readings? If there's a leak, for example, can that be identified?
So the short answer is yes. we have to get the system fully deployed first before all that
For sure.
functionality goes online, and it's probably about a 3-year runway. The challenge that we have that's a little different than changing out an electrical meter. An electrical meter is on the outside of a home or in the back alley. You just notify the customer, twist it off, twist a new one on, off you go. We have to schedule an appointment and get into your home. We have to go into your home and install this device on the meter and then make sure that it's transmitting correctly to an electric meter in the area so that that signal can go. It's a bit of a time-consuming process to get that done. But we are in parallel, in terms of rolling out this project, we are developing a data management strategy on how we're going to store the data, how we're going to use the data. And once fully functional, we will be able to notify customers. We can set thresholds on what your normal water usage is, and then put an alert, a percentage above that, like 2x or 3x above that, where it would notify you. And then things like leak detection, if there's continuous usage on your meter. If you were to look at your meter today, there's a leak detector on it. There's a small orange triangle that spins, and that's telling you that water is passing through the meter. So if you're not doing anything in your home, typically what we do is we help the customer troubleshoot their issue. But if you're on holiday or if you're out somewhere, we can set alerts in this system that will essentially, in essence, text message or email or a phone call just to alert you of continuous usage.
Great, thank you so much.
But it's a few years away.
Understood, but I appreciate that information.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you so much for this presentation and report. And I just maybe want to continue on that thread. You know, a couple of incidents, not in my ward, but have certainly been flagged. And, you know, while I think, you know, reading the report has been really great to understand strategically what are the things we're moving to advance. But in reality, you know, we're receiving lots of concerns from residents who are experiencing a lot of the things around equity and affordability, and the challenge of not having more accurate real-time reporting when things like leaks do happen. So I guess, one, I want to flag the urgency of that. And, you know, jumping from a monthly bill from a couple $100 to $3,000-4,000, I can't imagine how that's affordable for anybody. And so while this work rolls out in 3 years, I guess I just want to understand, you know, what are we doing what can we do in the meantime to help, you know, alleviate some of these affordability issues? And also, you know, I guess I just want to give you an opportunity also to elaborate on kind of the rollout of that, and what can people expect, and how will we ensure these messages get communicated?
It's a really good question, and it's really about trying to educate the customer so that they understand their bill. There's materials that we provide on a periodic basis. There's not a lot of, unfortunately, there's not a uptake on that sort of information. So every chance we get when we're out in front of a community talking about water rates, we want to find an opportunity to try to educate our customers on what to look for. We're also going to be bringing forward to Utility Committee as part of the next PBR some ideas around water equity, and Susan touched on that in her presentation. There's some tools that we can deploy that we don't currently have, that we can deploy that can help customers from an affordability perspective. And it's all about really trying to provide that balanced level of service, that balanced level of investment, making sure we're investing our infrastructure where it's needed, and then also reinvesting in existing infrastructure. So it's a multi-pronged approach, really trying to educate the consumer. As part of the AMI rollout, there's going to be significant messaging to all of our customers that this program has started. We're working with a third-party vendor to help us get all of these devices installed. We're hoping to get it done in 2.5 years. I'm going to say publicly 3, but I think our goal is to get it done as quickly as possible. But it does require close coordination with the consumer to make sure that if we have an appointment between 8 and 10 in the morning, you provide us that access between 8 and 10 so we can get in and get out. And the quicker we can get these devices installed, the quicker we can start providing that higher level of customer service. But between now and then, it's just going to be an opportunity to try to educate our customers on what goes into their bill and what they can do to better manage their water costs.
Right. Right. And I guess I'm just trying to think, you know, if I were in this position of having to manage a monthly bill of $4,000, a large portion of that is in water and sewer. I feel like no amount of education, and, you know, we can dig into some of the issues, and you know, a couple of particular incidents flagged for me is that they're on the north end, they're kind of closer to the downtown. You know, it made me wonder if there's something more systemic going on in some of these neighborhoods from a kind of from, we had talked about kind of some of the mapping work that you'll be doing for the next PBR. It made me think about, in that direction a little bit. So I would just maybe encourage to flag that. But in the meantime, I feel like Edmontonians just have to pay that and figure out a plan to pay that. Is that my understanding then? Beyond kind of what can you do to prevent it in the future?
Yeah, so when a customer is faced with a high water bill where there is a leak or they just use a large amount of water, there's opportunities to work with us on payment plans. So obviously it's not like the $3,000 in your example, Councillor, comes to the customer and there's an expectation that they pay that within 30 days. We work with those consumers on a payment plan to try to manage through this, and it can be multi-year in effort in terms of repayment. So we do try to make that as easy as possible for them to deal with. And then we also give them clear instruction and direction on where to get the resources to fix that leak if they have a leaking toilet or multiple leaking toilets in the home that's driven the cost up. We give them opportunities and tools to try to help get that rectified so that they can stop that high usage on a go-forward basis.
Okay, thank you. I guess my last piece of question is around the reorg, and great to hear some consolidation and finding efficiency. I was just curious if you anticipate significant changes in workforce size overall through this redesign.
That's not the purpose of
Okay.
the redesign. So it's we believe there's lots of work to do. And so we want to just be able to deliver that work more efficiently. So really it's more focusing on how we do our work necessarily and be able to do more work, I think is ultimately we want to get to than overall reduction in staffing.
Or growth.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. Just have 4 questions to go through quickly. On that equity piece, I guess I just wanted to know, are we looking at that from the regional? Because it seems like how we charge Edmontonians is different from how we charge other municipalities in the region with their flat rate. Can I just get an understanding of if that's going to be considered within this equity discussion going forward?
So historically, our regional customers, the rates are based on a cost of service. So we calculate what it was the cost to provide that water, produce, clean, treat, and deliver that water to the regional customers. And then the rates are set in that fashion. And then any disputes with what's included or excluded from that cost of service is then referred to the AUC for adjudication. But it's
yeah, I guess I'm just saying, I guess I'm more asking how much are Edmontonians paying for water and sewage comparative to regional partners, regional other municipalities that are also getting the same water and sewage treatment?
Councillor Rutherford, I'll maybe answer the question a slightly different way as well. Those rates are set through a cost of service model, both for Edmonton and the regional customers. The difference that you'll see in the rate that we specifically charge the wholesale customers reflects the fact that they're not being charged anything for the local pipes, so the pipes in the neighborhood. So we sell a rate to the regional customer, and then they'll tack onto that the local pipes that they have in there. So you can't do a direct comparison. You'd have to go all the way to the customer bill to understand the full piece of it. But both rates are set under a cost of service approach in terms of the revenue required from the different pieces. And then the rate design itself is where you have some flexibility in terms of how you structure that to recover from the customer.
Yeah, I think it would be very interesting for me to get a sense, because I don't have a sense grounded in, what is the price per, cubic meter in Edmonton versus surrounding areas, and why is that? And so that would be something I would be interested in.
Sorry, Council, I misunderstood your question the first time. Yes, so as part of the PBR process, we'll be bringing forward a white paper on the concept of rate design and what type of rate design do we want to adopt as a city that will then go into how we charge our customers for their water rates and ultimately result in a water bill. As part of that process, we compare to the best of our abilities. It's not always an apples to apples comparison. There's different components that go into water rates, but we do provide utility committee a comparison of how our rates stack up against other communities in and around Edmonton.
Okay, I'm running out of time, and time goes fast. Quickly, I guess, do we take a rights-based approach to water accessibility and affordability?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I missed the first word.
a rights-based approach.
rights,
So,
okay.
you know, water is essential for life. So are we charging the minimum needed to recoup the costs without overcharging?
Maybe Sean will answer that.
Yeah, so from a rate design perspective, when we go through a PBR process, we ultimately land on a revenue requirement. That's the amount of revenue that that's needed to run the system, and then that's then used to calculate a rate design. We can only charge rates that allow us to recover the revenue that's necessary. We can't build a rate design that overcharges customers and delivers more revenue to the company than is what needed. So that's part of the regulation.
That's exactly, that's
yeah.
perfect, that helps. And then on the carbon piece, how much does EPCOR rely on carbon offsets to reach the targets?
We're not doing any carbon offsets as part of this process. So in this case, we've got two major projects that are doing it. So one is a wind farm in southern Alberta that we're the supporter of. And then the second one is the solar farm. That's
Okay, I remember the report mentioning something about offsets, so that's why I was curious.
Well, I think that is something we could use in the future years, but as part of this getting
That's
to
not being
100%,
used right now.
Yes.
Okay, and then is there any plan to reinstate the rain barrel program?
So one of the things that we've been looking at with the Stormwater Integrated Resource Plan, one of the challenges with rain barrels is they're full when the next storm comes in, so they're not part of the overall approach. So what we're looking at, is there an opportunity to combine a rain barrel with a box planter or something with an absorbent turf approach that we get the storage component? And so we have been looking at a number of different designs and components on that. It actually feeds into the nodes and corridors discussion as well, in terms of that's where we're going to get our ability to defer some of that rainwater that's getting into the pipes to make room for growth. So it is definitely part of our strategy going forward, but a rain barrel alone will not be sufficient to achieve the target. It needs to be coupled with something else that's going to be empty when the storm comes.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. Appreciate your answers.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and because Abercor's operational plan really impacts on how the Edmontonians feel when receive the services. So I'm going to ask a few questions based on what I heard. So the first question is about, because in 2017, drainage and actually transferred to Abercor, but I still received some questions, inquiries regarding the drainage issues across the different neighborhoods. My question is, what specific communication strategy to fill the gap and from the public, because some public still feel like their lack of understanding and how Abercor operating change and impact how to address certain issues regarding the water and specific drainage operations.
So we do believe that actually the integration is going to help with communications to the public, because it's very difficult for the general public to figure out right now whether it's a water issue, whether it's a drainage issue, and you know, so as part of this integrated approach, we're going to be actually one utility, and you know, with that, we're going to have one external facing group. So our communication groups and all those are going to be together, and rather, you know, currently we have a water group and we have a drainage group.
Okay.
And so we believe that that's going to help out in communications to the public.
Okay, that is very good point. And specifically, in some like communication channel, information can share with councillor's office when we receive certain inquiries regarding this, and it will be efficient to address them to Abercor. So I will appreciate and make suggestion for that.
Okay.
So yeah, thank you. That's his first question. The second question, I really like that one water approach concept you presented. Just wondering, because one result as that approach is the organizational redesign, will this impact the cost to receive the services from Abercor?
Well, we do believe, I mean, one of the drivers in the reorganization was we believe this is actually going to result in efficiencies and better effectiveness as we go through. And in the long term, that's going to actually reduce overall costs, we believe.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure, and because if this, as a result, it's an increased cost, and for our customer, that means our Edmontonians receiving the services, and then, so I may have follow-up question, but I heard clear for the long term, they will reduce the cost. So question 3, what's the specific reason and for the utility bill and increase the significant? And maybe you can provide some like detail for that, because that is the most complaint and we will receive and from our Edmontonians.
So I guess the one challenge we got a little bit when we talk about utility bills, the utility bill that we send out right now includes a number of different utilities. So part of it is power, electricity is included in the same bill, water and drainage and solid waste. And I think, many of the increases recently have been associated with more the energy side of it. So if we look at our PBR, we've gone through and set a PBR where the rates are set, and then for the most part, we've been going through at increasing those rates at inflation minus an efficiency factor as we go forward. So the water rate for sure is remained relatively flat going forward. There's been some increases on the drainage one, and that's been associated for the most part with additional programs that have been done. So the Stormwater Integrated Resource Plan, and that was approved as part of the PBR process. So there is additional funding to support that plan. And another example might be the core plan, so addressing odors in the issue. Again, there's additional infrastructure that was reported, approved through the PBR that's there, that's included in the rates. But for the most part, if you look at water and drainage rates, they've not been increasing as much as some of the other rates that we've seen on the energy side.
Okay, I don't think I have enough time for my last question. I will come back for the second round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Just building on the conversation earlier, so really appreciate the work that's being done on the smart metering. I think that's terrific. Just back to this point about equity and prioritization, are we looking to prioritize areas where we see more frequent leaks or areas of low income who again may have a harder time absorbing some of those financial hits?
I think the short answer to that question is yes. I think our plan for this year and early next is to bring back those series of issue papers, those white papers, to have conversations around equity. What does that mean? It's not necessarily equity just driven by a rate design. There can be equity in terms of the prioritization of placement of capital and where it's most needed. And I think that's a conversation we want to have with the utility committee. And based off of the dialogue that comes out of those conversations, we'll use that as part of our community outreach to get a better understanding of what the community wants to see. And all of that would get folded in ultimately to the PBR application that we're going to bring before you in about 15 months.
Great. Well, and I think even in advance of the PBR, recognizing that you're working to roll out the smart metering, just again thinking if we can take the equity lens as you're looking to prioritize, which neighborhoods go first. I think that would be really helpful. And then also just wanted to clarify too, can we, recognizing that it's sort of a slow rollout over the city, can we start operating it once it's installed? Do we have to wait for the full rollout, or can customers start getting access to that as soon as it's available?
The system will go live once you have that device installed in your home. We'll be reading it automatically. In parallel, we're developing that data management strategy. That's going to take some time to develop, and then the tools necessary to start to push those messages out. I think our goal is to get that deployed as quickly as possible, but it won't be, Q4 of this year as we install a device, you'll have that capability. But our goal is to get that deployed in the field as quickly as possible. And we'll be bringing things like that back in front of a utility committee down the road so that you can see what it is and how it's going to work. Just so that as you start to get calls perhaps from your constituents, you know what tools we're bringing out.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Maybe just a few last things. Great news in terms of meeting the carbon emissions targets. That's fantastic. Is EPCOR looking to adopt a more formal carbon budgeting process, especially for some of the capital investments?
So for the capital investments, that's something we're looking at. So I think that's Well, it's interesting. Susan had talked a little bit about some of the work we've been doing with some of the UK utilities. So they're a bit more advanced, and actually, you know, that's a criteria in selection of capital and even the approach they're taking to capital. So that's something we're looking at. It's not something that we've got targets for right now. I think we've got to understand a little bit better, and that would be something again that we'd bring back, you know, like we did last time with the PBR. I think on some of those things, and I'm not sure we'll be ready maybe even for this PBR, but that's something that I think we're looking at and going forward is going to be important.
That's great. Yeah, recognizing it's definitely a new field, but wonderful that you're looped into what's happening in the UK and continue pushing on that. The last one, there was just a reference to the strategy for creeks and outfalls. Could that include daylighting creeks that are currently covered? And just wondering the tie-in with district planning and some of the land use planning around that.
Yeah, and so the creeks themselves are managed through the city's departments, and so we're working in partnership with them. We are actually in the process of putting together a grant application for one of the creeks. We'll have to see if we get, DMAF 3 was just announced, and so we've identified one creek that we think would be an appropriate candidate for that, but we continue to work closely with the city on that in terms of where there are opportunities and how we can pull it together. But we're definitely not the lead on it. We work in partnership with them.
Okay, that's always helpful to know sort of who we need to be asking questions about on that. So that's great. Also, you know, really excited to hear about the new integrated work site, and very pleased that some staff will also be coming to Epcor Tower. Some new staff coming to Epcor Tower. Do we know how many that is, roughly?
So my team of 42 moved 2 weeks ago. Wow. So we're there at Epcor Tower, and I think there's another 60, and we've transitioned into a hybrid mode fully in that transition. It's been very good, actually, as we're hot desking and different people are meeting. Every day you come in, it's a different smorgasbord of staff to interact with. So it's been very successful.
Great. Well, again, I think maybe I'll follow up about you know, being loud about that. I think it's great to see the confidence in the downtown and bringing more people there. So thank you. Thanks so much.
Councillor Jent.
Thank you. So building off that last thread about the two major drivers being people and power, we're going through a whole exercise here. We are calling OP12 related to a motion coming out of budget, just about finding ways to look at our management structure and those pieces. I was wondering how you could speak to that or those themes being present in this exercise in the plan.
So it's a pretty comprehensive program we're going through right now with the integration of the two utilities. So it's been going on probably about 6 months, and working with a consultant to look at structures and seeing what is the most optimized structure, I guess, in terms of both, you know, for the most part on the management side, on to be able to deliver services. And you see that it's kind of a cascade as we go down. So we've really started with the first cascade, which is at the you know, senior vice president level, and so in this case we've looked at it and determined that probably we only need one senior vice president to run the Edmonton utility, and that's going to be cascaded down with the idea that by the summer of this year we'll have a kind of a complete revamp of management organization right down to the field staff. So.
Yeah. Another area I remain concerned about is around salary compression, and you know, from the top, the higher the top is, the more the middle wants, and so on and so on. And I noticed, like, in this report, there was no reference at all to the dividend and an objective being to generate return for the shareholder. It was completely absent. So I'm wondering, is that just unspoken? Am I saying the quiet part out loud, or what? Like,
so this is one of those examples. I think when we look to the city council and we look to this group, there's a role that the utility committee plays, and there's a role that the shareholder plays, and those, in our eyes, are two separate roles. We're here as a utility providing our utility update to the utility committee. There's larger conversations with the city council, and then there's other conversations with the shareholder representatives that does talk about how our business is driving and how are we looking at the dividend. We don't try to conflate the two. We're here to provide an update from a utility perspective on what the utility is trying to do, And we want to do it in the most efficient way forward. And we talk about trying to grow the business, grow the city, support all of that growth. It is connected, but again, we're here presenting as utility committee and as a utility. There'll be shareholder conversations that'll get into more of how we're going to drive our business forward and how that's going to impact the dividend, but that's not, in our opinion, that's not for this group.
So the audience of this document is intended for the utility committee and those other pieces. There was a lot in the document about, board governance and other efficiencies of operation, and that seemed to lend to me to what end, and yeah. Another piece in here that I find interesting is around the community investment piece, and I know EPCOR has, I think last year the figure was close to $2 million spent on community initiatives and sponsorships and things like that, and that always has perplexed me because I'd be curious how that, because that's identified in this plan, how is that arrived at in terms of how much should be spent or why, or in basically a monopoly market, what in Edmonton, what's kind of the rationale there?
Well, I think there's two parts. So we do mention, I mean, again, this is focused on the operational plan for the water drainage utility, and there's components of that we believe, we help support some of those community outreach components. Those decisions are made at an EPCOR basis. If we look at our overall plan that's there, and so, we haven't really touched on that, in this report. I think the focus here is more on specific programs that either help support water, and a drainage component.
I think it's listed later on in the bottom of the report around the other metrics around Imagine Canada and pieces like that. Yeah. And I guess I hear this sometimes from a citizen, like I'm paying higher rates and then I see them sponsoring X. And so how do we decide? Is it 1% for art kind of thing, or is it, and this may be an offline conversation. I'm almost out of time.
I think we may have said ourselves in our report the way we conflated it, because we added the ESG for the corporation overall as an appendix to our report. The pieces you're touching on are in that part of the report, and so it was a bolt-on to the operational.
Oh, got it.
Report.
Okay,
and
that
so
makes much more
that's
sense.
I think where the confusion is. We should have been a little clearer on that. But those basically came down through the corporation, and those are developed through discussions with the board and the shareholder, and then us as the operational utility use that as a guiding principle of what we're doing forward, similar to city plan as another guiding principle that goes into the operational strategies.
Right, most helpful, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Once again, I would like to thank you and to share with us highlights of the 2023 operational plan, and that's very important. One more question, and regarding the southwest, the south area, and the southeast area for the annexation area. So in this plan, and is there any potential plan to look at, from a utility perspective, to look at the water and the drainage in those areas? Can I get a sense what's the plan?
So for the entire of the city, we do follow along with the city plan objectives and goals for the southwest and the southeast. We're working very closely with the growth management team in terms of their substantial completion goals and what direction do they want to move forward. One thing I will say with the water network in particular, because we have this large wholesale system, we actually have fairly robust infrastructure going out to the extremities along the major corridors. So growth along those corridors has opportunities to continue to go. But we stay aligned with city plan in terms of areas that are opening up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that point, and stay aligned with the city plan. And then just based on what I heard, because during those area, and then I heard lots of the comments on the services, they actually are not received right now, but they paid their tax based on they paid the tax, but they didn't receive the water or drainage services. And I just wondering, and where is the plan? And for those specific area, was Alexis like 3 years ago, and from the Duke County and to Edmonton. So that is why my question asks that. And then I don't want to touch base offline with ABCOR and specifically more details to answer certain questions I received. So that's first question. Second question also would like to touch base about a little bit community outreach. Did we do any community outreach to those areas and for those residents? Like annexation area.
Well, typically the outreach, as we talked about earlier, I mean, there's a number of components. If we look at a large-scale outreach, you know, that'll be part of the PBR and the PBR renewal. So there'll be kind of a broad-based outreach to customers, you know, across Edmonton. And then I guess, you know, typically we don't reach out unless there's specific projects or programs that are going on in a given area. So, you know, if there was a project or program in the annex area or so forth, that we'd be reaching out to customers to, you know, input into the various projects. But as a general one, I don't think we don't reach out just in a general sense to different groups.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'd just like to move the recommendation that the January 30th, 2023 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01619, be received for information.
Great, thank you. So motion on the floor. Anyone caring to speak? Councillor Stevenson to close.
Yeah, I'll just close by saying again, really appreciate the great work. This is really exciting stuff that's happening, and look forward to the ongoing conversations through the PBR and as we continue moving forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Please vote on receipt of information.
Oh, just got booted off. I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Piquet. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried 7-0. So thanks again to our delegation for that report today and their presentation. We'll move now to item 7.3. And this is all about changes to the approved Sanitary Service Strategy Fund program. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Kent Snyder. I'm the branch manager of Planning, excuse me, Planning and Environment Services. We're here today to seek approval for the proposed changes to the approved Sanitary Servicing Strategy Fund system plan, specifically to eliminate a planned trunk segment. As these are considered material changes to the system plan, council approval is needed. Joining me today from its city administration is Howeida Hassan, Director of Urban Growth and Open Space. Also, for questions from EPCOR is Susan Ansell, Director of One Water Planning, and Heather Zarski, Manager Integrated Planning. I'll now pass the presentation over to Howeida.
Thank you. Next slide. The Sanitary and Servicing Strategy Fund of the SSSF, or the SSF, funds construction of the deepest and largest sanitary trunks in the city and has been used to construct an extensive trunk system that supports growth and resiliency in Edmonton. The SSSF program aligns with the city plan, supporting the phasing and activation of growth. It's important to note that when we're talking about the infrastructure funded by the Strategy Fund, we're referring only to the largest and deepest trunks in the developing area of the city. There are many other elements of the sanitary drainage network, including other sewer trunks, that are not funded by the fund. The SSSF is a reserve that is funded primarily through development charges collected from developers and builders, and the fund is stewarded by an oversight committee which is led by city administration with representation from EPCOR and the development industry. In 2021, a refined governance model was adopted that provided council with more oversight, transparency, and input. Next slide. Under the governance model, material changes to the approved long-term trunk system plan require approval by City Council. Material changes include the addition, deletion, or rerouting of trunk segments that impact the destination of wastewater flows, impact an approved servicing plan for a growth area, or result in changes to SSSF rates. Recent technical analysis completed by EPCOR has identified the need for material changes to the SSSF system plan. EPCOR has determined that trunk segments SW5, 6, and 7 should be deleted, and a pump station and force main at Riverview should be added. These changes are a result of reduced water consumption patterns, a reduction in sanitary flows, and a focus on reducing inflow and infiltration. Development industry partners have been engaged as part of the SSSF governance committees, and information about the changes has been shared with Edmontonians through the city's SSSF webpage. Next slide. The proposed changes may require amendments to relevant area and neighborhood structure plans, which would require additional council approval through the land development application process. EPCOR will continue the development of the Sanitary Integrated Resource Plan, SANRP, which is expected to be completed later this year. And as noted earlier, changing water consumption patterns and a strategic focus on reducing infiltration mean that several of the original design assumptions that determine the configuration of and timing of the SSSF system are no longer valid and need to be revisited. In light of these changes and to align with the city plan growth objectives, starting this year, administration will be working closely with EPCOR and the development industry to complete a review of the SSSF program, including the rate structure and development fees. And this review is expected to be completed in 2024. Next slide. With that, we're happy to take questions.
Great, thank you. Questions? I'll start with you, Mayor Sohi.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the report, and thank you so much for the work that you're undertaking and going to undertake on the SSSF, right? Because we often hear from the industry that they're doing their part to reduce the cost of development, and our new areas are much more denser than our existing neighborhoods. So I just want to get a sense from you what, like, if not building, I mean, building the appropriate infrastructure is important, but I just want to, we are not kind of building, we're not oversizing the infrastructure in a way, right, that adds to the cost of development. That's what I want to get a sense from. That's because we hear from the industry that they're doing their part, and maybe city policies are we adapting as well to build the right size of infrastructure.
Yes, absolutely. Industry has increased density in our growth areas, which is in alignment with city plan. So absolutely, industry is a active participant in our growth and in our goals. And as you heard earlier in committee, EPCOR talking about the modernization of standards. And as our development pattern changes, our density changes, our water usage changes, and through modeling and metrics and reporting and looking at the utility use, there is the opportunity, as EPCOR highlighted, to address our standards and to modernize them. And so this is a really good news story, to don't overbuild, provide the infrastructure the community needs to attain our goals, but do it efficiently so that we can reduce costs.
Yeah, you know, you gave examples of Riverview and others, right? So it's very good. Like, if infrastructure is not necessary, then why build it? Because building it and maintaining it's a lot of cost, and that cost is, you know, transferred to the consumer. So, and is that kind of a rigor will be applied to other areas as well as part of the work they will undertake in 2023 and 2024?
Yes, absolutely. And so the part of the review that we'll be looking at is working really closely with EPCOR to understand what are the new assumptions we should be making with respect to infrastructure needs, and then setting rates and the rate structure appropriately to suit that new planning paradigm.
Okay, and that's focused on the big lines, right, the big trunk lines, right? But we have other smaller infrastructure that is required, and what is the approach to that? Are we right sizing that as well?
Yeah, for sure. There, like I mentioned in the presentation, there's the drainage network is comprised of those larger trunks, of course, that SSF funds, but a number of other pieces of infrastructure for drainage. I'd invite EPCOR to perhaps be able to comment more specifically to those, how the planning of those infrastructure pieces are being completed.
Okay.
Is anybody here from urban economy planning, Stephanie or Kim? Or maybe I'll follow up offline because I just want to get this a sense too, not just on the EPCOR, but also on the overall, like how do we making sure that we're not building infrastructure that is not, we're not overbuilding the infrastructure.
Yes, so outside of the utility provider, the city is looking to modernize all of the other standards as well, in terms of efficiencies, but also looking at our climate goals too, to reduce the amount of infrastructure we're putting in to ensure that we're reducing that carbon footprint as well.
Okay, got it. Okay, good. Maybe to EPCOR on the smaller pieces of infrastructure. Or sanitary.
Yeah, is this working? You can hear me? So one of the approaches that EPCOR takes is our integrated resource plans. And so as you're aware, we've had our water integrated resource plan since the 1990s. Our stormwater was developed in 2019. The sanitary IRP is the last piece that we're pulling together. And it really does look at right-sizing that infrastructure, considering operational and customer interventions to avoid just building. Traditional approach would assume the worst possible condition and that your customers do the worst possible thing at the same day, and you're trying to avoid any sort of interaction required for servicing. So when we take an integrated resource plan approach, we are really looking at how we can defer the capital as long as possible, use operational interventions and different approaches. And so with the SAN IRP completed this year, we'll have all of the utility components following a similar planning approach.
Okay, good. No, thank you so much. I do have additional questions if they're not asked by other members on the nature-based solutions to tackle some of this. Okay, I'll stop here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Jans.
Thank you for that. My first question is on in the executive summary on bullet 5 or 6, let's say, yeah. The quote, if approved, these changes will result in savings to the fund, agreed, and will have a positive impact on future SSF rates for builders and developers, agreed. This part, the savings realized by the development industry should translate to savings for homeowners or for home buyers, which will positively impact housing affordability. I'm curious how we would arrive at that conclusion.
Sure. So we don't control those costs and the charge that development community charges for lots and homes. But we often hear from development that the costs that they bear are flowed through to the ultimate purchasers. And so if there are savings, the anticipation that we would expect would be that those savings would also be passed on. Additionally, there are savings for the broader rate base as well in terms of less infrastructure means less maintenance and operating costs.
Yeah, and I agree with that part, and I agree. I just I worry it's that we're getting ahead of expectations, or that I think homeowners or others, and if we don't track this as the city and we can't qualify this as the city, it kind of reminds me of the price at the pumps where a subsidy may be provided, but the gas companies still could raise their price there. So unless we can source it, I'm always I think there's very good reasons to support this, but I'm just wary of taking sort of the development industry at face value on housing cost pieces, because we seem to hear all the time about every time we pick up a pencil that, oh, this will increase housing costs, etc., or the converse. So that was just more minor feedback on a much broader conversation we're having. So other than that, I think the recommendations sound. I did try and call up a couple developers in the area and got some positive feedback as well too. So thank you for this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I am thrilled with this report. It's so exciting to see. Yeah, great success at the analysis being done, and again, huge savings. And actually, do we have some numbers around the magnitude of those savings?
That's been a difficult question because we've had various versions of the plan. What I can tell you is SW5, which is the one piece closest to the Ambleside pump station, that was further along in concept development, is about 1/3 of the segments to be built, and our most recent estimates was that was going to be $48 million.
Wow.
So we're in that magnitude.
Great.
We don't have the design of the Riverview Pump Station and force main yet, so that would come off of that. But it is easily over $100 million savings.
Amazing. Yeah, that's phenomenal. And I'm sure this is the case, but just want to confirm we're doing this similar analysis across the city, and I'm thinking particularly around the Northeast and removing some of the upfront barriers to industrial development in terms of the infrastructure needed there.
Absolutely, and as part of the sanitary IRP, if we looked at the SSSF right now, it had the city divided into 3 zones, CES, WES, and NEST. As we go forward with the sanitary IRP, we actually have 24 sanitary planning areas that represent a catchment that's connected to the trunk. So each one of those catchment areas is being looked at with this exact same analysis, looking at it from the growth, also layering on the nodes and corridors, growth, what do we have from other monitoring, what do we know about odor, all of those dimensions come into play, and then we'll have a recommendation for a particular planning area. This report represents 2 of those sanitary planning areas being covered.
Great. And do you think that we are going fast enough in terms of reducing our requirements? I mean, the gap is just so significant right now in terms of planned and actual. I know we've talked in the past that if you jump too quickly, you can create other challenges, but just want to make sure that we're, yeah.
What we've committed to with my team is we are going to work individually with each of the developers to make sure that we right size for projects that are underway right now. So we've identified all pump stations that are currently in the planning phase and are doing a rapid review of all of them to make sure they're right sized appropriately. We have done some monitoring up in the Northeast and have found one neighborhood in particular that has very high I&I. So we want to be very cautious about just saying, oh, new development has low I&I, not an issue. It's related to groundwater. So if there's a high groundwater table in a particular neighborhood, you may not be able to take as big a savings on the inflow infiltration. So it definitely will be neighborhood by neighborhood, but we're committing to have the resources to work individually with each developer as we go forward.
Very cool. That sounds like a great approach. And just for my understanding, so I know that this sort of infrastructure, developers are paying into a common fund. Has anyone overpaid? Like, has anyone paid for this infrastructure that's now not going ahead? And is there a financial liability there? Or have they typically sort of been paying for the infrastructure as it's been built?
So, Councillor Stevenson, the way the funds have been collected in the past is at time of development permit, as well as through the servicing agreement. And so those funds are collected based on what the capital expectation was, and it was a long-term plan. And so the idea was that the funds are collected for the purpose of the capital that's needed, and that could be built further into the future. That was reviewed every 5 years when the utility was part of the city, and so adjustments would have been made to rates accordingly as and when infrastructure needs were determined to no longer be needed, as is the case now, for example. So we have to make the rates based on the best information we have at the moment, and so we believe, like, along the way, that those have been the best decisions. That's why we're undertaking a review right now, because we know that there's a more comprehensive planning approach that, of course, taking now that can really affect those rates. And so we want to make sure going forward that we don't have people overpaying for infrastructure that's not needed. So.
Great. No, that's wonderful to hear. There's no financial liability risk there, and appreciate sort of the incremental work that's been happening along the way. Yeah, that was it for me. But again, thank you so much for the great news.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Really excellent news, significant cost savings. Enjoyed reading through this. I don't have too many questions, but just need to understand the relationship between the removal of SW567 and what that might mean for flows to SESS. I guess, are there any impacts, or is it negligible?
Short answer is it's negligible. Sorry, can't say that word. The best way to think of it is in the original SSSF plan, there was a maximum amount that was expected to come into the west system from the river, from the Edgemont area. We're below that number. in there, so in terms of that direction. There is a slight change where that neighborhood of Riverview was expected to go into the CES system, but is now going into West. But overall, the consumption numbers are lower than what was in the plan.
Okay, that makes sense. So no influence over the eventual routing decisions that will be made around SESS?
That's correct. It's immaterial. It'll be more the broader as we look at each of those sanitary planning areas. What does make sense for each of those planning areas, and what wastewater treatment plant makes the most sense to send that area to?
Great. Thank you so much. That's all for me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright.
Sorry, turn the mic on too. Sorry, I just wanted a little bit more clarity on Councillor Stevenson's question in regards to if we've already received funds from the developers or the builders that might have to be rebated back to them?
No, that's not something that we're thinking about right now. What we're looking for is how do we set the rates going forward to better align with the planning approach that EPCOR is taking. And so we believe like the rates that have been collected to date would have been used to support the infrastructure needs that were planned for at the time. Some of those may still need to advance, and so that's what we're going to be working through to better understand.
Okay, but the potential is there that we may need to rebate some funds back, or?
There is a potential that we may need to look at infrastructure that was used or, built by developers that we may need to now consider should that be paid for through SSSF funds. So perhaps they were paid for through other mechanisms, and if now they're part of the larger SSSF system, should they now be paid for through SSSF funds? So that's something that we'll be considering.
Okay, thank you. And then I also had a question. I'm looking at the SESS for future. And I'm seeing a blue dotted line that kind of looks like it might lead into Edgemont. Or is it Edgemont? And I'm just wondering, would we then need to have to increase that pump station's ability then to handle more?
The Edgemont pump station is currently designed to pump 240 liters per second. It's currently pumping 12. We have a lot of capacity in that system. So maybe by 2058, we may need to do an expansion on it, but it would be a simple expansion of a pump.
Okay, all right. I think that is all I had. Thank you very much for the clarity.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. And I do heard some benefits for this change, and I also respect the EPCOR's professional services and then at the operation level provide the services. I have two quick questions regarding the impacts. One is the current capacity. So if we pursue this deletion of trunk segments for this three major area, and then is there any negative impact for the current capacity for us to provide the services?
The current system currently has lots of capacity to support growth. Our risk was if we built these extra trunks, we would be increasing the risk of odors, as well as a siphon, which was planned for a river crossing, requires a minimum flow to function properly. We would have been introducing a very high risk of that siphon plugging with the lower flows that we see right now.
Okay, thank you for that detailed explanation. And the next question is about the construction impact. Is there any construction impact for the surrounding neighborhoods?
So in terms of the construction in the Riverview neighborhood, we will be building a new pump station and force main. We have an opportunity with this change to align that construction with the construction of the new outfall for the neighborhood, which is one of the reasons we want to do this right now. So it would follow our standard notification processes that we have in the areas as areas are opening up for development. In the Windermere area, basically we have a slight reconfiguration to make with the SSSF trunks and the Ambleside pump station, and then we would basically be on a hold until we see Neighborhood 5 circulate through the standard city processes.
Okay, so do you specifically have the timeline for this?
Neighborhood 5 in Windermere is the developers would bring that forward, so we don't control that. In terms of the Riverview, the outfall needs to be built in the next 4 years, so it will be moving faster.
Next 4 years, moving faster. Okay, so for me to ask this question, because the construction impact is not only about like in Windermere or another one is the Umberlin side, and because many South neighborhoods communities will link to this. So I just wondering how that impact could be from that impact center and then outside, and then it is a big circle. So that is why I try to get a sense what's the timeline, what's the impact, and it could be.
So Councillor Rice, sorry, just so I understand, you're trying to understand the construction impact to residents in the area?
Yes. And from bigger perspective, and not only for the one neighborhoods, is surrounding neighborhoods.
So from a construction perspective for Ambleside, it's just the one connection point, and so very minimal impact in that area. And then for Riverview, it's greenfield development. So again, there'll be just the force main that coming up to the Edgemont pump station will be the only pieces. Broader construction in the whole southwest area would follow the city process for how neighborhoods circulate and move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Cartmel. I want to know if we are optimizing nature-based solutions to reduce the need as much as possible for built infrastructure.
Absolutely is one of and the modernization of the standards, the green infrastructure piece is part of it. In order to reduce the inflow infiltration amounts, it also has the opportunity to reduce the size of the ponds and the stormwater infrastructure. And so we are looking at those particular aspects as well and how to incorporate them into design.
Okay, and are we engaging with other municipalities, other utilities to understand, kind of sharing knowledge and best practices?
Yeah, absolutely. As part of our Stormwater Integrated Resource Plan, we've been involved in a very active network across North America as well as the UK utilities and understanding how they implement these types of development approaches. Probably the leaders in green infrastructure implementation in an urban form are New York and Philadelphia. They both have their Green Acres program. We have our Green Hectares program. And so we've aligned with that approach of how you get basically storage installed throughout your network to reduce the peak flows during a rain event.
Okay, yeah. And because I'm asking these questions absolutely from an environmental sustainability aspect, but also from affordability aspect. I think one of the advantages that we have in our city when it comes to market-driven housing affordability, we have that advantage compared to other cities, and we need to keep that advantage. Yes, there's non-market housing challenges that we are facing, and that goes back to my earlier questions as well, right? That collaboration with the UDI and others to build what is necessary, not overbuild. Maybe this question is to Mr. Beckett. How does that play into the utility rates and the role that we have as a utility committee to make sure that we're building what is required, not overbuilding that charges onto utility rates as well?
Well, typically that's the focus of the business cases that are included in the rate applications.
Yeah.
They get quite a bit of scrutiny to ensure that the utility is coming up with the minimal investment option because that's what impacts rates.
Okay. And so any specific comments on particularly this aspect of not building the trunk lines? Like, how do you see this?
Well, this isn't really a utility rate
Right.
question because it's
It's a
a
developer
charge to
funded?
the developers.
Okay.
But if, certainly if the cost to the developers go down
Yeah.
as a result of this, and there's competition in selling houses in the city, the impacts of that reduction in cost should be reflected in the price of the homes
Yeah,
in the longer run.
Yeah.
So it's always a good thing.
Okay. Got it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, all the work you do, really. Okay, thanks.
I can. I don't see any other questions, so I'm happy to put the recommendation on the floor.
Okay.
I'll just read that in, and I'll move that the Utility Committee recommend to City Council that the following changes to the approved Sanitary Service Strategy Fund System Plan as outlined in the January 30th, 2023 Urban Planning and Economy Report, UPE 01567 be approved. First, deletion of the SW6 and SW7 trunk segments and the addition of a pump station and force main system in lieu of the SW6 and SW7 segments, and deletion of the SW5 trunk segment. Anyone wishing to speak? Okay, I'll just close by saying great work. Love to find all the money, and I'm sure we'll see it all trickle down to our end users eventually. So really great work. Thank you. Please vote. Oh, there's no pun intended.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Thank you very much. Oops. Our next two items are in private. That's 9.1, which is a contract update, and 9.2, which is a verbal report on another contract update. So I'll take a motion that we move into private.
So moved.
And that'd be subject to 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body, 27, privileged information, and 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party. Please vote.
Waiting for two more votes. Mayor Soy. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried, so we'll be moving into private. We'll just take a 2-minute recess. We'll All right, I think we're back in public then. Are we online?
Yes, we are online.
Very good. Okay, thank you. So then on item 9.1, Councillor Tang? Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Councillor Paquette on item 9.1?
Oh, I'm not tied to it. That's fine. Councillor Tang, go ahead.
Okay, I'll move that the January 30th, 2023 City Operations Report CO001633 be received for information, and that two, that the January 30th, 2023 City Operations Report CO01633 remain private pursuant to Section 16, 25, and 27 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Waiting for one more vote.
Councillor Salvador, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. And then on item 9.2, Councillor Stevenson? Oh, no. No?
I'm happy to, well, I don't know that I have the motion, actually.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's in the
that
presentation.
administration exercise, That administration exercise the agreement extension is outlined in the January 30th, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 01662. And that the January 30th, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 01662 remain private pursuant to Section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, and 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Just a bit of a housekeeping item. Items 7.3 and 7.4 have both been referred to Council with recommendations. Those would come to the February 22nd City Council meeting, not tomorrow's Council meeting. So everybody's clear on that understanding? And we just wanted to share that publicly so anybody following along would know that as well. So that's changes to the approved sanitary servicing strategy fund program and bylaw 2363, which is an amendment to the waste services bylaw. Those will be discussed if selected at the February 22nd council meeting. So that completes items on our agenda. Are there any motions without notice or notices of motion today? Seeing none, we are adjourned.